Oh, am I talking to myself? Ah, what happened? Why did it disconnect? All right, we're going to try this again. Oh. Connected, and voila, here we are. Okay, so it is not hot yet inside. I'm getting a little bit of a late start, and I am really surprised at how cool it is in here. Maybe it's been me all along that makes it hot. Just my blowing my hot air out of my mouth hole. Anyway, I am excited about what we're going to be doing today. We're going to finish, not finish, but we're going to get the next piece working for this flow, which is that we're going to get the webhooks hooked back up. And I've been thinking still about how do we do this whole XPub thing. And I think we do it the same way. I think we just base it off of the XPriv. I think that's what we do is, we, for this iteration of this, we embed the private key into this web service, or we have the private key in this service. And I think that to make things a little bit better, what we should have is like a vault type service where we can just make an API call and get back a new public key. I think that might be the right way to go. But yeah, I think I think we're just going to waste 3/4 of our XPubs, meaning that we're people are going to click because they're curious to see, okay, oh, I can pay with Dash. What is that like? And they may never actually make the payment. So I'm thinking the way this will go is that because we want, on the first time they scan, we want them to be able to get the XPub that they would be paying to. I think that we have 2 billion, which is not enough for every person on the planet to join a service. But with a decentralized service, not every of the 2 billion people would be, the 7 billion people would be joining the same node anyway. So, and then, if things come to it, we can have multiple wallets. So we still need to support that. So I'm going to have this derived from the private key, and then we're going to send some number of addresses to the webhook to see when they get paid. Anyway, I'll just get into it. And I'm not actually listening to anything on the headphones, so I'll take the headphones off. Okay. So, and I haven't really been listening to the music. Let me know if you think we ought to swap it out. I've been running the same thing for a few days now. Okay. So there's a couple of problems. One, it says 0.001. I think that there's maybe 2 problems going on, because it actually it's more than that. I need to figure out. I think it's in the server code here. No. Nope. No. Dash checkout. Okay. I made a boo-boo. I did 600, but I added the 600 after the conversion. So plan amount, this has already been converted. So this would be divided by Satoshis. Well, this would be, we just needed 2 sats or 2 dash. Just like we need everywhere. It's a very common function. It's very difficult to deal with. Well, not difficult, but I don't know. Anyway, so we're just gonna have a two dash function. We're gonna put in sats. We're gonna do sats divided by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think that's the number. And then return dash to fixed 8. That should do the rounding that we need. I need to... No, I guess that should go in dash tx is probably where it belongs the most. These conversion functions. Okay, so to URL mount. Oh, so this string here, I guess this actually needs to be... That's how we get around the rounding errors. What did I do wrong? Parse float. Dash stir. Oh. Alright, so that should get us around the rounding errors. And then this really... I'm just going to say it should always be a number. Okay. Try reloading. And let's see. Oh, today, surprisingly, today we're not having any troubles so far with the network. 0 drop frames. I still need to get off of Restream. But... Or, I don't know. I probably will just pay the money. To pay 80 bucks a year for unlimited everything... Probably worth it for me. Except that it wouldn't be, because I'd have to pay it for multiple organizations, and I don't want to do that. Alright, this is not going to be a thing anymore. We're just going to put all this out for now. Okay. Oh, darn. This is not going to work. This to work, to be 2 sats. Dash is going to be a float amount, so then it's going to be dash times this is sats, and then sats equals math dot round sats, and then we just return sats. I think that's how it'll work. Uh-oh. What was that? Just a little... There we go. Let's see. 2 sats. So we actually need to do value is 2 sats, and then we need stamp value is 600. And actually, I'd rather just make this solid 1,000. We can make it 600, 800, whatever. Value 2 sats amount. So plus equals that. Let amount equals 2 dash value. Amount is amount. Okay. Let's go ahead and see what this looks like. If I could get my fat fingers to type dash correctly. Okay. That looks about right. Cool. Let me see if I can go back to this. Alright, so the next thing that we're going to need... I think I actually want to turn this into XPub. I think that we should take a pause point here. Just to... Bar. Apparently I was muted, but I was just talking about how I needed to update the GPG agent. There we go. Now the GPG agent's updated. Okay, so do get push. All right, here we go. Sure, update linters and formatters. Let's see here. I think I just kind of want to add everything in this particular case. Good, commit. Actually, this needs to be done like that. Actually, I need to edit this. Uh-oh. Okay, good. Okay. So there we are. So there's our pause point. And now we need to switch to XPub. And I'm trying to think of what's the best way to do this. I guess we take our wallet index and we just call it a... We change it from wallet index to really to account index. I don't know about this. Get with pay adders. So here, when we derive the address, we should just derive it at 0. And then instead of this being a pay address, this will actually be an XPub. Yeah, we'll have to get a dip for this up today. We need to get a dip for this up before the incubator stuff, the incubator podcast on Monday, because I'd like to discuss this then as well. Maybe I should call it customer XPub rather than contact XPub. And then what I would actually need is we have to assume the maximum number of coins being transferred, which let's say it's the worst possible case is essentially 3 threes, so 9 coins. Well, I guess 4 threes, 12 coins. Because you could need a 5 and 2 twos. It could be 9.999. But I think another thing you could do is basically if you're pricing something, there's really there's no need to do that. To just I think this is something that would be reasonable. Is that if somebody's got something priced $24.99.99, it should just get rounded to 25. If all of the last digits are 9, if there is I don't know if it should be 2 or more or 3 or more last digit should be a 9, then it should probably just get rounded up for everybody's sanity. If you want to price it that way, that's fine, but there's just so much trouble that you get into if you're trying to maintain all those 9s, which that doesn't happen in person-to-person transactions. You don't. So, for example, online with SaaS, you don't pay $4.99 a month. You just pay $5. It seems like in most cases. I don't know. Maybe Audible is $14.99 a month or something like that. I guess there are still services that are priced that way, but it seems like more and more online services and in person-to-person transactions, that's not how they work. Okay. Anyway, so get with pay adders. I need to go find out what that was. Get with pay adders, and we are going to rename that as well. Actually, let me go ahead and stash. Oops, LBSD. Okay. So I think I've all but busted my habit of typing Vim. Now I'm always typing VI instead of Vim, and my life is better because now it's easier to work on Alpha. What was I doing? Table token, get with pay adders. And I think that get with pay adders is just going to become get with XPubs. Is what that looks like. Oh wait, this is not good. No, this might... Okay. So we're gonna have to do some pathing here. Last payment at... Yeah, so we're gonna change this up quite a bit. I might want to go work on the webhook stuff instead first. Think about this. Because this is actually it is a fundamental change to how this was originally conceived of an address is going to get a payment as opposed to an XPub is going to get a payment. And that payment is reflected in a transaction rather than reflected in a coin. That's a key difference. And this is something I want to bring up on the podcast. Let's see. Okay. So let me get back on this bus here. What was the thing that I just said? Okay. So I wonder, let's go back to the get with pay adders and see what information that was pulling and why. Okay, check token status. What's this one? Order API access. We do need a way. Yeah. So this is something that just needs to be standardized. And again, this should go in that dip. Oops. What? Alright, maybe I will change it. I'm not really listening to it, but let's see. Don't want to do ambient because they always tag me for that. I should be able to do classical again. It's been a while. Ooh, and there's a new Courage in the Dark out. Nice. I'll be interested to listen to this. If it weren't for the fan noise, hopefully you can't hear the fans, but I can hear the fans. Oh, just wanted to test my coin sound. Yep, it's already up to 77. That was quick. No sooner than I get in here than it jumps 5 degrees. It's jumped 5 degrees. In just 30 minutes. It seems unlikely. Is it just my body heat? How can that be? How can it go up 5 degrees in 30 minutes? Maybe it's from the brief time I opened the door to come in. I don't know. Anyway. My pay adders. Count index. Yeah, this doesn't look right. And I like this a little bit better too, for the most part. Let's see. For APN access. Okay, account token. Oh crap, now I can't report spam. So one of the problems with the iPhone system is that you can't report once. So the latest scam is to be sent seemingly innocuous messages like, are we still on for Friday? Or are you the blind date set up by my uncle, but with bad grammar? And then you give people the benefit of the doubt, you say wrong number, the report spam button goes away once you've replied. So then you can't reply to say, yeah, this is actually this is spam. I wish you could. Anyway. Oh, also, I totally forgot something here a second ago. Go change some stuff real quick. little bit confused by this. So order API access. When we do this with a plan name, we can check token status. Okay, so one thing we need to change though is that the XPub, where did the SVG thing go? Tokens.generate. Let's see. So we also need a subscription. Need to go edit this in a message that I posted. Let's see. Let's see. All right. This should be something like product URL or subscription URL. Yeah, it would be interesting to do relative URLs. I think, I guess the agent should warn the user if the URL is not the same. That's what should happen. To do dip agent should warn user if URL. Well, how would we know that though? How would we communicate that? Because they might be scanning on their phone. They might be on their computer and then scanning on their phone. So how would they know that the URL in the QR is not the URL that the website's on? I guess we could just show the URL. Okay. Okay. So we do something here. Product URL. Plans. Hello API. Hello basic. There we go. Okay. Ah. Oh, okay. So we actually have a potential problem here. There we go. Now let me go find the tokens generate. Hmm. Let's see. What to do this? Alright, so what is pool supposed to be? None of these are typed properly. It's at param. Should have number. This should be contact index, I think. We actually do have another layer here. That should be contact index. I don't know that we really even need payment address. What we need is the wallet. We're going to need a wallet hash. To do. We're going to need some sort of wallet ID. Then we need the contact ID. Because we basically need the wallet ID and the path. But I don't think we actually will need the XPub. Contact index. I think I might just blow this away. Wallet ID, HD path, token ID. In this iteration, we don't have users, we just have tokens. We will want a set of identifiers. And one of the things that we want to be able to include in that set of identifiers would be, well, we really need it. You know, I'm going to ask this in the general channel of the Dash devs. Is anyone working on WebAuthn/FIDO2? Okay. Oh, hey, what's up, Dave? The Do Man. Well, there's some news. Dash Direct has fallen through. Yeah, I saw that. It made me sad. That made me sad. Okay, so a lot of these. In order to get to the next step, I'm trying to think how do we do this? How do we just get to the next step? Spend all this money for broken promises. Well, yeah, I think that I think there was some doing dirty. I think that happened. But I don't think that it was entirely that. But I do think that there was some doing dirty. I will. Listen, we requested a Visa program and got a Dash Direct gift card app in the meantime. Yeah. Yeah. And then the carpet got pulled. Rug pull. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was. Like I said, there was some robbing Peter to pay Paul going on, it seems like. All right, I came into this function to see what we're doing with get pay adders, and I think that for right now, for this very moment, I think I need to change this back. What was it, the generate? Oh, index. Oops. So how have you been? What are you up to? So we go back here. Let's check this out. Do I need to update that? Yeah, I kind of need to update that. Contact index. All right, so I'm going to leave that one alone. I'm going to back to this webhook request. Spent nearly 1,000 dash on the program. And dash holders should be appalled by the amount wasted. So, dash was worth a lot more back then. But I don't... Yes and no. So, trying things and having some of those things... I think that Dash Direct, all things considered, did pretty well. And it's better to try and fail than to not try at all. I think that they were overconfident. I think that they double dipped. But had they not been overconfident, then maybe they wouldn't have taken it on at all, and we wouldn't have seen any of the improvement. Now, one of the questions is, who owns that code? Where is that now? Can we take it over? I think that there's also negligence on the part of people making the deal to not specifying terms, just kind of doing handshakes rather than actually getting into the details and making sure that things make sense. So there's responsibility there too. But I think, and I think we need some answers to, okay, who owns this stuff? Where is it? Can we recoup it? Can we do something? And I think the answer to that is going to be no. We can't recoup it. We don't have a license to the code. I could be wrong about that. But I think that they wanted, they were also being optimistic that the price would go up even further, rather than that it would plummet, and it has plummeted, and the whole You know, all of the cryptocurrency scams have driven down the value of everything, whether it's a scam or not. The good bad news is that no one cares about Dash, so the price of Dash doesn't change at all based on anything that's going on with Dash. The price of Dash changes based on what's going on with Bitcoin. Or excuse my language, pardon my French. A big B to not spew out that vile filth from my own mouth. I think the answer about regulators' standpoint was clear when the proposal came in, so this was just a circus show? Maybe. Okay. Agent should warn user if URL is not as expected. Direct out account, that's not a thing. That's okay. Get with the others. Register webhook. Okay. So to register the webhook, I think we need more than just a pay adder. We need pay adders. This needs to be addresses. Register webhook. Doing a pay adder here. Interesting. I don't think so. You see, here's the problem with a lot of the coins. People understand this is not magic money. When money comes out of a block, it must be used appropriately. This isn't the welfare office. Oh, people don't understand this is not magic money. Is it? Do you fundamentally believe that Dash has any value because anyone cares about Dash specifically? Because I fundamentally don't believe that. And I don't believe that because regardless of whether Dash does something good or bad, there's no corresponding change in the value of a Dash. The changes in the value of Dash correspond to things that are happening with Big B and Big E. And the whole system of Ponzi schemes. That's when the value changes. We have a program, or if there's a big sell that is because of something specific to Dash, like Dash Direct. I imagine that there's a big sell because of Dash that they had that they sold off. Let's see what's the price at right now. I imagine that it's lower. Oh, actually it went up. Surprising. I was expecting there to be a sell-off because of that. And it looks like there wasn't. So again, this actually goes to prove my point. Dash loses a valuable asset, and there is no corresponding change in the price of Dash. In fact, the price of Dash is going up right now. Why is the price of Dash going up? Could be... I think there's also times when there are bots just watching trades and value going up and down. And because people are switching over to the Evo nodes, I could imagine that it looks like Dash is being traded, and so bots are picking up on that as a signal and then deciding to buy. Because this is a very, very heavy buy streak that's just happened in the last couple of hours, it looks like. And I imagine that has, if anything related to Dash, it's probably just Evo nodes trading this Dash for that Dash and accumulating and all that stuff, and that there's not actually any actual buying or selling in Dash that is specific to Dash, or something else has happened with Big B or Big E, and then the bots are just buying across so that they can diversify. So let's see what let me open up a private tab in my browser before I explore this filth. Yeah, it looks like that's what's happening. So Big B is going up over the last few hours. And so the runoff for that is that whenever Big B goes up, people diversify and they go into the other ones as well. And this makes sense because the uptick is following Big B. So yeah, that's all it is. Yep, and Big E is doing the exact same thing. So Big B started, Big E followed, and then after that come the altcoins, and Dash is just an altcoin that no one cares about, but that is one that is in the bot trading programs, and so it gets bought with the other ones. That's all that's happening. It's just bots doing what they do, and stupid people. Okay. Let's see. No, sir. There is a pump because XRP was deemed not a security. So Big X. Big B, Big B, Big X. Okay, let's see. But again, this all makes my point stand the same. Oh, yeah. Okay, so it looks like it may have... Well, I don't know. It looks like it was actually led. I can't tell. Let's see. Let's look at 9 a.m. versus 9 a.m. Okay. All right. I see that. Well... Okay, yep. It does look like the leader was XRP, and that is what triggered Big B and triggered Big E. Big E definitely follows later, and then the rest of the altcoins follow after that. So, but yeah, still, it goes to prove my point. uh, that, yeah, it just has nothing to do with dash. Okay. So let's get back to the task at hand, though, which is the only thing that's really going to matter is if people actually use dash as intended. What its price is not important because its price doesn't help us solve the actual problem. If its price is $1 or its price is $1,000,000, makes no difference in solving the actual problem that we have, which is that we need some sort of way to exchange value between individuals. All right, register webhook, register webhook. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, so we are going to do it this way. I am going to go back and I'm going to fill in the webhook code now. So I should be able to cancel this. Oh, bless me. Where'd Dash API go? Dash dash site. Where's Dash API? Dash checkout. What? Where'd it go? Oh! Sneezed in my own face. Sneezed into the fan again. Blew right back on me. That's how you know it's good. Sneeze in your own face. All right. Okay, so I got this. I got to get this dash parse working. That's my next issue. Is the dash parse is working in the sense that it prints it out to the screen because originally this function, well, it still is in this form, just a debug tool. But now we actually got to get this out to where we would translate this into a PKH and all that. So I think I can do a decode without verifying synchronously. Okay, dash parse. So num inputs, num inputs, num inputs. Right. So this is not actually something that we need. Let's go up to the top here. Could maybe even call this TX info. All right, so do I have this printing out the version? In what way? Here, I might need to do this twice. Okay, so version. So we do need to flippy dippy the version. And then we need to parse it. Or we can just say, you know, we only use the first byte of the version anyway. The rest of it's just kind of nonsense. Unless we come up with some new version where we use the rest of the version info as, you know, we come up with a version 5 that uses the other 3 bytes of the version for something else. We're good to go. So I'm going to go with tx info and say version 0. I'm just going to fill that out. Version equals parse int substring. Yeah, there we go. That's perfect. Right. And then we can get rid of that. And then the number of inputs aren't actually important. What's important is that we have an empty array for inputs, we have an empty array for outputs, we have an empty array for we have lock time. I don't know, is there anything else that we actually need? I think it might be just these things. Did you end up fixing that decimal issue? Which one? Which decimal issue? Are you talking about on this thing where I added 600 rather than adding 0.000006? Okay. So we're going to let input info equals. And then we'll need to do this as well. I guess we're going to have Satoshis. And then we're going to have, I guess, script. Is it unlock script? Kind of forget. Oh, yeah, okay. So TXID. And this is confusing because I think this one is in normal order. So this is input index. We don't need that. And here we can just say txinfo dot txid, or no, input info txid equals txid. That's an annoying thing here. So I guess we don't need to say what the TXID is on this. But it probably has a TXID. Does it have a TXID? Okay, and it is going to have a vout. I got to make sure that these actually align with the way that we do them elsewhere, but I think it's vout. It might be called index. No, is it VN? Then let's see how we do it on the other side. Dash TX. Dash TX. Do we have vout? Index. What else would this be called? TX ID. Output index. TX input signed. So we have output index and signature and sig hash type. So I guess we could call it output index. The info.output index equals output index. And again, we're doing the same thing here where we're assuming that there's not going to be more than 100 output indexes. In fact, in this particular case, this code was wrong. Output index hex byte hex. Output index byte hex equals. When you have very few outputs, then doing a parseint happens to work. All right. Okay, we don't need any of this. There's input scripts. And then this is the one that we're really concerned with, is this right here. There should be no raw or hashables that we're dealing with. So this would be throw new error unsigned raw TX. This would also be an error. Which would be unsigned hashable TX. The one that annoyed me, I don't know. I don't know which was the decimal issue that annoyed me. But I've probably fixed all issues that were important issues to fix. Okay, so here, size is not important. It's how you use it. And then this is the signature. Input info. Signature. ASN1 bytes. So do I need to change this too? Maybe. Is there stuff up here I did wrong? Yeah. Should do that. And that. Okay. R-type hex. Alright, R value. This is all signature stuff, I think. Okay. S value. And then sig hash type. I think we can do that. Okay, I see the comments coming in. I'll check that in just a minute. Public key size. Yeah, we don't need to worry about public key size. Okay, public key hex. This is important. This is actually public key hash hex. I think. No, this is the actual public key. Yes, yes. Okay. Input info dot public key hex. Because we could take that to bytes, which we probably should take that to bytes, but for the purposes of this right now, whereas this is, let me see if how we handle that over here. Public key is public key hex. Signature is sig hex. Okay. Output index, sig hash type. All right, let's just make sure all of these are consistent. Sig hash type. Signature. Output index. TXID. Okay. Just want to make sure we're using the same names in the same way. Alright, and then do we need the script? In theory, we shouldn't need the script, because we're only dealing with a certain type of script, and that certain type of script is what it is. Sequence. Hex dot subster sequence. Okay. Let's do that. Okay, so, and the last thing to do then here would be to say txinfo.inputs.push tx or input info. So we have sequence. We could put script there. All right, txinfo. Input info sequence public key script. I think I do kind of want to put the script there. Oh, whoops. Oh no, that all goes. Okay. Input info dot script. Script. Signature type, key. Script, signature, sig hash type, public key. All right. Good. And then there's sequence is the last. Great. Okay, and now we need to go to tx info. Well, we don't. Now we're building up the outputs. So num outputs doesn't matter. Total units. Oh, these, instead of calling these units, I want to call these sats. Despite my aversion to Big B, they're just sats. All right, where was total units at? Oh, total units is for all inputs. Got it. Okay, so this should be let output info, and it's going to be Satoshis. It's going to be 0. Output info dot Satoshis. I will read that comment in just a second. Let me get a little further on this. Block script size doesn't matter. Or at least we don't need to output it. Okay, and then script. So we have the lock script and we have the unlock script. Oh, right. All right. txinfo.outputs.push output info. All right, now let me read this. Not to bring up the subject in, but think about this. The company that created Dash Direct already had a gift card coding solution, so the money didn't go there, and we didn't get a Visa program, so I'll let you fill in the blanks. Merry Christmas from the Dash holders. Yeah, so, okay, let's say, I think it was around $200,000, right? That's about what it was. It's not as much as you think. Developers are expensive. Development takes a long time. There's always lots of bugs. So even doing what they did, and another part, their problem is that I don't think their developers are in-house. Either their developers aren't in-house or they're paying for mid-tier developers rather than paying for expert developers. And that's tough because you're pretty much paying twice as much because you're paying for people to, well, yeah, because there's some amount of work that you can't decrease, but it's, in general, it's better to pay more for somebody who's highly specified in the work that you need done than it is to contract out offshore or to try to get a lower price per hour. you really want to get the best people that you can get to do the job that you need done. And I don't think that their company was I don't know. I don't think that they had experts. Though experts are hard to find. Almost everybody is an expert in taking the money. Very few people are an expert in coding the money. They already had the coding done. No, they didn't. They may have already had the gift card API, but even if you're just taking something that you already built, white labeling it and repurposing it, it's a lot of work. So I don't know. I think that the experience was average. I don't think that $200,000 was excessive. And if it was only $100,000, that's really working on a budget. So it's you say not $200,000 worth. I don't know. There's a lot of inefficiency in the systems. If they were subcontracting out, there's a lot of inefficiency there. You know, if you were to hire me to use their existing API to build the app, it would probably be somewhere in the realm, and there would need to be somebody else, right? So there'd have to be somebody that does the design aspect, which that's, and it's hard to get people, there's a lot of confusion in the industry between design, front end, and back end. Back end is essentially programming. Front end is essentially stitching together programming and design. Front end people typically don't know much about programming. They're typically not very good at it. There are exceptions to that, but most of those exceptions are people who come from a back end background and happen to be able to wrap their head around some of the wonky stuff that you have to deal with when you're trying to adapt designs, because you go from the logical to the illogical when you're trying to adapt a design, because designs are not based around, literally, they're not based around logic. You're trying to figure out how to represent something that often can't be represented easily or well. And then you have the designer, and the designers a lot of times are unfortunately given reign over the project because they can create pretty pictures that people will clap at. And what really needs to happen is that somebody who is of a programmer mindset needs to build the scaffolding, and then once the flow has been user tested, then you need to have a designer go back and put things over the scaffolding and then make suggestions from that point. But a lot of times what happens is people don't know how the thing is going to work, what problems they're going to encounter, what users actually want, and they design the thing all out. It's called waterfall development. They design the whole thing out, and then they hand it off to programmers to say, hey, build this. And then the programmers are often dumb enough to just do what they're told rather than to think critically as a user. Wait a minute, we can't have this button here and have this thing do that. This is not going to work. It's not going to work to help somebody accomplish what they need to accomplish. So, if I were going to do it, I would expect that it would be between, a two-man team of experts would be between $50,000 and $100,000 easily, just to integrate with an existing API, just to create a segmented user system, to put some colors on it, and to go through dozens upon dozens of API calls and figure out how to do it. It, is it a 50K job? Maybe. I think that if somebody were hired to do it, I think that you could get it done in the 50K-ish realm. But I would allocate up to 100K because I think you need 2 people on this. Otherwise, the other problem is that the way that it was built, it's just okay. They say that the 2 hardest problems in computer science are caching, naming things, and off by 1 errors. But caching isn't that hard. I would say naming things is the hardest. Caching is not extraordinarily hard, but it is often ignored. Oh, we'll do that later. And that was one of the problems with Dash Direct, is every time you go to use it in the store, you couldn't actually use it because the network connection was never good enough. And it could never give you the cards that you already had. Like, I don't need this to actually contact the internet in order for this to work, right? In order for this to work, if I have a gift card already, all I need is to be able to scan the gift card I already have. I found that using Dash Direct was atrocious. I literally, my wife literally broke down in tears crying because she was so embarrassed because I was having her try it out and she was following my husbandly direction. So I was telling her, hey, next time you do groceries, use this. And she literally broke down in tears crying and called me up because it took her literally, and I believe this because I've used it myself, I've had the same problem where I'm standing there for 5, 10, 15 minutes. She told me that she was in the checkout for 15 minutes trying to make the payment, having it fail, trying again. And there was I think at Walmart there was more than one failure, because I think there was also the failure because you have to get the gift card, then you have to scan the Walmart app on the screen, then you have to scan the gift card into the Walmart app, then you have to use the Walmart app balance to pay at the register. So it was a multi-stage failure, but it was a terrible experience, and it was a terrible experience for some reasons that could have been figured out. And another one too is just the whole stupid issue of, and a lot of it was on the Dash wallet side too, because there was also that app. So you have to wait for the Dash wallet has to sync. Why it has to sync, I don't know. That seems dumb to me. Why would the Dash wallet need to sync? Right? What I need to do is spend money. If the money is on the Dash wallet, and if the wallet isn't shared, because you can't share it, because if you try to share it between the desktop wallet and the mobile wallet, it'll crash because the number of transactions that happen when you use the CoinJoin stuff, right? So it can't be shared, and so this is on the Dash wallet people too. The money that's there is the money that's there. Sign it and spend it and be done. I don't actually have to have the full blockchain to know whether or not my money is spendable 99.9% of the time. Now, I think in a better world, that would actually be lower. You know, it would need to check more, but it could check quickly. It's these people got this stuff in their head of, oh, I use this complex signature algorithm. No, just use flipping database indexes, make an API request, get the information, right? So there's just a lot of really bad mentality of blockchain maximalists in Dash and outside of Dash and in the exchanges and all this stuff. There's a lot of blockchain maximalism where people don't do the stupid, simple things that have worked for the last 50 years just fine. Then they got to figure out how to put it on a blockchain instead of just, look, the purpose of the verifiers is to verify the transactions. The purpose of the handheld device is not to verify everything. I should be able to make a mistake, and if I make a mistake, it comes back, gives me an error, and says, hey, that's a double spend. At that point, the phone might say, it pop up, oh, out of sync, and it can be syncing in the background. it doesn't have to, not everything has to be broken while it's doing a sync. But it can sync in the background, and it doesn't, and even in that case, it doesn't need to sync a blockchain. It can just reach the master nodes. The master nodes need to be, and I should make a dip for this as well. I'm actually going to put this in my note of things to do. We need a dip for this. We need services that are hosted by master nodes. Because I should just be able to get the list of master nodes, contact, if I'm really, really paranoid, contact 3 of them and make sure they get, give me back the same answer. But it won't matter, because even if there's one that's malicious that gives me bad information, then when I go to spend the money, if I just look up indexes for my wallet and I go to spend the money, I'm going to get back an error. So, there's a lot of simple solutions along the entire pipeline that people who are incredibly smart, that are doing really low level stuff in blockchain, are too maximalist. They're too caught up in their own frou-frou to do the stupid thing. And then there's people that are just too inexperienced to do the smart thing. And what's smart and what's stupid can be the same thing from, opposing sides, because the blockchain people need to do the stupid thing. They're too caught up in their own smartness. They're too caught up in this hypothetical world. It's like they're autistic or something, living in their own imaginary world where all of the numbers have to be in the right order and everything has to, and they have to be so many millimeters apart, right? And they're so caught up in this fictional perfection that they can't make simple decisions. And then you've got the people that are so inexperienced that they also can't make simple decisions. We need the smart people to be able to step back and say, there's a solution here that's going to work 99.9% of the time with only 1% of the complexity. So where we need it to be correct 100% of the time, we can have the other 99% of the complexity, but again, that needs to live just on the master node. That doesn't need to live on the phone. This multi-stage failure brought to you by capitalism. I think that, and I think I've said this before, but when you're running capitalism without the free market, I don't really consider that to be capitalism. So if your market relies on manipulation and deception, then I would not consider that to be a free market. That's a coercive market. There are always going to be coercive players, and we need to have some sort of, ultimately we have to have some sort of regulation, even if that's the, wild, wild west, the cowboys just shooting people up or whatever. But we have to have some sort of regulation to prevent bad actors coming together and conspiring. I don't think that this is the case of bad actors coming together and conspiring. I think this is a case of incompetence and over-competent incompetence. This is why I say it was too complicated to make an app for 15K. This is why I say it was too complicated to make an app for 15K. Okay. And someone from the Dash Discord said it was fully functional. Yeah, far from it. I agree. You know why it needed sync? Because it was business deal. They wanted to make sure the money is there. They didn't believe. I'm not quite sure what you're saying there, but the thing is, it doesn't need to sync because you just spend the money, and if you get a double spend error, then you spend different money. And if you can't come up with money that doesn't get a double spend error within a couple of tries, because you could do this in the background, right? It's not a high cost to just send the money. It's not a big deal to just broadcast that request. And it's a heck of a lot simpler if you just kept masternode lists and then use something like the Inside API rather than doing all of the networking to connect the peers and synchronize the headers and all that stuff, right? That's nonsense. That doesn't belong on a phone. As an Edward Snowden, maybe I don't even know if he'd want that on his phone. I think it's just a waste of resources for a phone. There is a reason. Is there not a reason that the masternodes exist? Is that reason not to serve the network? We put our trust in the masternodes that they do not allow false transactions to go through, and that they provide accurate information about the indexes of the UTXOs and the transactions, etc., etc. So, okay. So here's where the lock time is. txinfo.locktime. txinfo.locktime. Proposals should require delivery first and payment later. I'm going to push back on that too, because it's better to have waste and have something delivered than to have no waste and not have anything delivered. Because I wouldn't work that way. I wouldn't do anything that way. You know, if it was the full thing has to be completely delivered before I can have any, because you'd have to break it. Well, I guess, okay, so proposals is at a different level. All right, so look at what Dash Incubator does. Things are, there is delivery, but it's components of delivery. It's not the complete final product all at once. Well, 50%, which 50%? Don't you know about the 90-90 rule? The first 90% of development takes the first 50% of the time, and the next 90% of development takes the next 50% of the time. It's not like bricklaying is the thing. You're not laying bricks in a linear fashion and you know when you've reached the halfway point. So the first 90% of the code accounts for the first 90% of the development time. The remaining 10% of the code accounts for the other 90% of the development time. So. And I think the main thing is, well, proposals encourage waterfall development, which is generally leads to poorer outcomes. Wait, do we not do what? I'm confused here. Do we have two SIG hash types? Okay, I think I know what's going on here. SIG hash type. Is SIG hash type hex or not? SIG hash type. Let me double check this. Okay, that is a number. Oh, that's for the request. So this should not actually happen. Because you can make a basically a request. There's a lot of stuff that they originally did at a lower level that definitely belongs on a higher level. It just doesn't make sense. It's just too much complexity to do it down at the low level. Okay, tx info dot okay, so total sats. So this Satoshi's in, Satoshi's out, B. All right. We got nothing percent. That's not true though, because there was a card for what, a month? So that did exist. And the reason that they lost it was their fault, but also the fault of the people who made the deal. So you can't, if all of your anger is directed towards the Dash Direct people, then you are misdirecting some of your anger, because there was a high degree of incompetence in making that deal. Because when you make a deal, and it's okay to have incompetence from inexperience. This is a very weird organization. It doesn't run on an economic model that has been tried before, as far as I'm aware. It's kind of a new thing, right? But and I would have made that sort of mistake back in the day. I probably made a similar mistake with my business. I know that other businesses made mistakes with my business that I had a few years back, where it was kind of a quasi investment of, yeah, we'll give you this money and then we hope to get these products. And then I had a business partner who oversold a lot, which is common, and that's kind of how everybody does it. And if they didn't do it, there wouldn't be enough fire under anybody's butts to get anything done. Perhaps. And we live in the SaaS world, it's different, but there was a gift card program which did make Dash spendable. It just sucked so bad to use it. Another problem is people need to do both the web page and the mobile app, and they need to do, if you're going to do the mobile app, you either need to just make it essentially the web page, or you need to do native apps. The whole idea of having a cross-platform native app where it sucks on iPhone and sucks on Android, number one, you don't want it to suck on iPhone because those are your paying customers. People who own iPhones, it is no secret, people who own iPhones pay for crap, right? People who are on Android, maybe they do, maybe they don't. But people who own an iPhone, they will buy stuff. So you want it to work on the iPhone first and foremost, because those are people who actually convert into customers. Whereas Android users oftentimes don't convert into customers. If you're going to look at the split, the people that are on the cheapo phone that already doesn't work half the time, when you pay for something, you demand the quality of it. Android is a free operating system. So you buy some sort of knockoff brand phone, and then you get a free operating system on it. It's just, I'm sorry. Hard, cold truth. And anyway, so yeah, it needs to work online first and foremost, because if it works online, then you can just make a crappy phone app where you just wrap the website, and you can make the website not necessarily crappy, but it needs to work online first and foremost. And then if you're going to make it work on the phone, either just, admit that you're going to make it suck and whatever, you're going to deal with it, or do it right and have a separate iPhone app and a separate Android app that actually work the way people who are going to pay expect. Especially if it's something where, if it's advertisement based, whatever, who cares? But if it's something where people are doing stuff with money, you want separate apps. Anyway, do you pay the plumber after or before? Well, this is a much smaller. I'm not going to pay the plumber $100,000. I'm going to pay the plumber somewhere between, 2 years ago, $50, or now $150 and $300 or $400. There's a very contained scope of which I'm going to pay the plumber. The mechanic, on the other hand, most of that cost is in materials, so that's also not analogous. But the mechanic, on the other hand, you pay in order to have a diagnostic done, and then you get a quote, and then you get a call that says, hey, we were able to do it for less than the same, or it's going to require more work to get this done. Do you want to authorize more work? So you they kind of make a bid, and then you adjust the bid. So I think that'd be a little bit more fair. Just throw a proposal in and get some money. We are the food stamps of crypto. Yeah, okay. I'm thinking about putting in a proposal in for something, and it'll be interesting. Yeah, well, the legal structure, I think that Dash Incubator does it right, because Dash Incubator has somebody who manages funds. So there are proposals that are kind of part of what Dash Incubator is doing, but the funds are allocated based on components of work done. So I think that that's the right approach. I think that the contractor approach isn't the right approach for Dash, because Dash is not corporate enough, doesn't have the legal infrastructure, doesn't have the sophistication in the community that's required for doing that sort of thing. So I think that hopefully that's a lesson learned, and that kind of thing, more of it needs to be brought in-house. And I think that, I don't know what DCG does, but I found out that they don't actually use Dash, and I thought that that needs to stop. That is part of the problem with Evo. You know, you win Evo. Well, because they've got a blank check, and they have no incentive to figure out the actual problems because they don't use Dash. Because they're paid directly in their native currencies, and they don't have to do the things that a person who is using it as a customer or a merchant would have to do. They don't have to deal with it on a regular basis. I think that that's something that's really important, is that there's an amount of dog fooding that needs to happen that has not been happening. All the stuff that I'm working on is essentially because there's one project, or there was a couple of projects I was getting paid in Dash to do, and I said, this sucks. This really, really sucks. We need stuff that's better. And I've been building tools. Now, will anybody ever use those tools? Will we just have 0% of the value on that? Probably. Probably will only have 0% of the value on the stuff that I create. Hopefully some people in DCG will use some of this stuff. And I know that some projects in Incubator are using it. No, they don't get paid in Dash. My understanding is that DCG people do not get paid in Dash. In Incubator, we get paid in Dash, and then we convert it. And, well, you know, I convert it. I convert it because I'm at a point where Dash is pretty much useless. And I am working on stuff to hopefully alleviate that problem. But Dash is useless. The Dash Direct was terrible while it was there. I used it for a few months. It was unbearable. I stopped. The tools that we have with the wallet, we don't have any tools that you'd actually need for somebody who's buying, selling, servicing customers. None of that crap exists. And then this whole Evo thing is just a circle jerk from my estimation. I think that it does solve some use cases, but it just does it in the most complicated way possible. And if, you know, in line with what I was saying before, if the only way you have to solve a problem is the most complicated way possible, well, if the most complicated way possible exists and it does solve the problem, it's better than nothing. But we don't need things to be so complicated. It could be a lot better. Oh, did this not get in on the last commit? All right, now let's see. All right, we're gonna kill this. We're gonna go into the server. But I'm hopeful, because here's the thing. The Masternode network is a really, really interesting resource. And it's a pity that it's not being utilized in any fashion other than... So I think I've told you this before. The Masternode network should be profitable. The masternodes should be profitable. Not because of fees, but because of services. you want to do some number of lookups. You pay for services. You're not pay. There was a good quote I came across the other day. That was, let's see. It's a money transfer, not an exchange of value. So the current quote unquote fees are a money transfer, not an exchange of value. What the masternodes need to be offering is an exchange of value, where I willingly give up my money because the masternodes give me something that I want, rather than, well, I got some money, but I can't actually use it because it's held hostage by these masternodes. That doesn't make sense. You flip it around and it makes all the sense in the world. The mandatory fees need to go. There should be no fee for exchanging money. And the only thing that masternodes should do is exchange money. Well, sorry, I did not mean that at all. I used the wrong word. The only thing the blockchain should do at all is exchange money. All of the voting stuff, that should go somewhere else. Comments, that should go somewhere else. There should be a blockchain that is just dedicated to money, and that's the only thing it's dedicated to. And it just does money. And anything else is a service you pay for. You want to vote, it's a service you pay for. You want to get information about transaction histories, it's a service you pay for. And that service that you pay for could be really low. You could pay basically $1 for the whole year. Pay $1 for, sorry, pardon my French, pay 0.01 dash for the whole year of, I'm going to get up to 10,000 probably a little low, 100,000 or 1 million address lookups over the course of the year. And paying, the dollar would do more. And then of course we need to have a roll up on the transactions so that money that has been spent that is no longer around just needs to get trimmed out of the lock. It just needs to be garbage collected. All right. So I should hopefully be able to start this, and we should see momentarily transaction come through. That looks good. Yes. That's what I want to see. All right, so the TXID, output index, script, signature. Oh, signature is wrong. Okay, I'll go fix that. Sig hash type is 1. Outputs, pub key hash, script. Script contains pub key hash, whatever. Satoshi's. Block time, Satoshi's in, Satoshi's out. Oh, I didn't... Okay, all this nonsense, and then fixinfo.satoshis in. plus equals input info dot satoshis. All right, and then the signature block. Why did this go so wrong? Oh. Yeah, we'll do that differently. There's an R-type hex right here. I'm talking about the people. Whether they convert it before they distribute to DCG, that's the other thing, but they still get paid in Dash. No, they don't get paid in Dash. The people do not get paid in Dash. So convert it before they distribute it, that doesn't even make any sense. No. No, I think that's a huge misstep. Because if you're going to be a freedom fighter, I don't know. I mean, I'm essentially a mercenary. I'm a mercenary that's like a convert mercenary to some degree. But yeah, if you're going to be on Team Dash, you need to be using Dash on a regular basis. You need to be experiencing why it sucks and why nobody wants to use it. And people that think that bit refill is great, whatever. It's like, again, if your only working solution is the worst possible solution, at least you have a working solution. But don't be deluded into thinking this is a good idea. We need to be looking at systems that people actually like to use and trust. Trust with a lowercase t. I may not trust it in the long term, but I trust that I'm going to be able to use it today to buy food or movies or basketball tickets. I don't need to trust it unequivocally. I just need to trust it enough. The word unequivocally, that may not be what I'm looking for. Not unequivocally. I'm looking for... I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, actually. Ah! Did you see what I did there? This is why map apps are so bad. All the people who work on map apps live in inner cities where they like live on the campus of their work and they don't drive a car. They don't know what it's like to drive a car. This is a case where I want to agree with the linter. This function has too many statements. I do want to agree. The problem is it has the number of statements that it needs in order to parse a single block. And I don't know... Let's see. Could I break this up further without increasing the complexity? I don't think that I really could. There's some things I could do. I could break up the loop because I could pass in the hex for the entire... since I know what the number of outputs are and I know how many bytes the outputs are, I could take the output block and I could put that in a separate parse function. And perhaps I should. And I could... yeah, so I could... But I don't know that it would be any better. I think that for what this is, that's actually alright. So, let's do JS hint, max statements, 200. It's probably more than that. Set number. Yeah. This is pretty much atomically 1 unit of work. We could break down inputs and outputs into their own parser, but and if we, I will say this. Can somebody please tell me how to make debuggability a word? Debuggable. Is it 1G or 2Gs? It's debuggable. Okay. Set spell debuggable. Oh, whoops. Spell debuggable. There we go. All right, let's start this back up and take a look what we get. I'm expecting that hopefully it doesn't crash and that it parses correctly. All right, here we go. So let's take a look. Oh, the Satoshis are wrong. All right, let's fix that. Uh, oh. Oh, is this one of those things where we don't actually know? We'd have to go back in time to figure out. Right. Okay, so in order to figure this out, we can't figure this out. In order to figure this out, we would have to go look at the previous coins and see how much they have on them. That doesn't go here. Okay, that makes sense. I'm actually going to take both of these out. Well, junk, this is a little annoying. Well, what we can know is that it's verified, so we know the money, the outputs we know are correct. That's the important thing. Okay, so let's try this again. Okay. So Satoshi's out, size, outputs, inputs, version, TXID. And I'm a little confused. I don't know whether TXID here is in the correct form, because TXID, when it's written out, is actually backwards. And I think that in this form it should be forwards. And in this one I'm almost positive it's supposed to be forwards, but in this one it's supposed to be backwards, which is so backwards. That just seems so odd to me. I don't get it. Okay, sig hash type, public key. So I think all this stuff is pretty much correct. We could probably get rid of script there. I think for the purposes of this, oh, whoops. This has some spacing that needs to not be there. Let me fix that. Oh, that's not good. That should be to 6, I believe. I think that's the problem with that one. Let's go back and fix this. Oh, a nice warm 84 degrees. How nice. Alright, does the signature look correct now? No. We just have the problem in a different spot? What's going on? Let me do this. I'm going to figure out where that is in a simpler way. But once we get that fixed, then we can respond to the webhook. Okay. Signature now looks correct. Oh, no, wait. That's so interesting. Now that one doesn't look correct. Why do we sometimes have that there, but not always? Was it always there? No, it was in this previous one. Let's go back. Where was the first one? So that one looked correct, but it had spacing over here. This one looked correct. Oh, I think that might be the extra byte. I think that might be what I'm looking at. Yes. That's the extra byte. Okay. So I know what's going on there. I am somewhere. I'm doing the pad. Okay. That's the will they won't they bite. Oh, whoops. I'm so confused by this. Hippo origin. Oh, did I do that on the wrong one? Okay. Okay, so that done. Now the next piece is we need to see which transactions are related. Okay, so this is looking good. Oh, whoops. One thing, though. Did I leave those dots in by mistake? I think I did. Let's get rid of all those dots. Hmm. So here's what we need to do. Do TX info. And I think... Yeah, we've got a little bit of a problem. So we need to change the register here so that we can check for multiple addresses. I think what we ought to do actually is, if it matches any of the addresses, we send the details of the transaction. We could have it match either inputs or outputs. So let's see what the spread on the heat is right now, actually. I'm curious about this. Okay, so 95, 84, 11 degrees. So it's definitely holding a higher spread. Oh, I'd love to get it back down to the 70s, though. Thing is, I don't know where to cut the hole. I don't know. Maybe I should put it right there. Do I have another power outlet? This power outlet. I can't use that one for this because that's computer power. I think I had 3 different breakers in when I got the breakers installed in here. I think 3 of them are dedicated for the use of the heater. And I had three heaters that were at half of their max, so about 700 watts each. That is a lot closer. I think that's closer to 1200 watts, and this is closer to 700 watts. So as long as I have these on 2 different breakers, we should be good, but I don't want it to be on a breaker that that computer is connected to. The light shouldn't matter. See, that one's just one light that's connected there, so I might need to run an extension cord or reconfigure that breaker. Could be AC. I could move this one over here. Let's see, which one's attached to the light switch though? There's another thing, is I had light switches installed. And I need to mark which ones go to the light switch. Yeah. Oh. I would not be able to stand it were not for the fans. And the fact that it's in the shade. There's no sun coming down directly on me. I'm surprised that I'm able to think in 84-degree weather. Or 85, 84 now? Is it 85? Or was it 84? Anyway. What was this adder about? Oh no, that's adder info. Got it. Mm. Okay. What ULID library have I been using? I think the main one is actually a good one. I want to watch this later. It makes it sound like it's going to be about hacking, but I don't think it's actually about hacking. I think they just mean, like, they're not cracking it, they're... Because there's, like, hacking on something and then hacking something are different. Good. It's nice to see something that hasn't been updated in 5 years. We like that. Eh. What was that? Alright, now I need to go look at this DB. Where did I get DB from? Hooks DB. Oh! Oh, this is just in memory. Cool, cool. Oh, bless me. I gotta learn to stop sneezing into my own face, though. That's smells weird. of key hashes. All right. So now I think I have this set up so that we can have a many-to-many relationship where we can have multiple hooks with multiple addresses. Okay. Earlier in the stream, you mentioned caching is one of the oft-told hardest aspects of programming. Yes. Yes, one of the two hardest problems. Naming things, caching, and off-by-one errors. Pretty sure it was a caching oversight that brought the dash chain to its knees a couple of months ago. Was that months ago already? It seems like that was just a few weeks ago. I thought it had to do with the BLS signatures. I thought that was the issue. Oof. Hmm. Ah, good. I sneezed the correct way. How's it going, Ryan? That doesn't look right. So now I need to go update where there is a db.set, which is only one place. And we need to have set hook. And what did I call the other one? Set PKH. The reason that caching can become difficult is because you're dealing with trees of information, graphs of information, and you have the, what I would call, if you're not here, raise your hand problem. So, well, that's garbage collection. So in order to garbage collect, you need not to know who's here, but who isn't here. And the only way to know who isn't here is to know who was or should be here and compare against who is here to get who isn't here. And there may be multiple relationships. So there may be set A, a member has been removed. So the member, at least the index of set A, and maybe the member of set A needs to be removed. And then there's set B, and then if member, whatever I said, the member is removed from set B, then at least the index of set B needs to be updated. And then if all sets of which A has been, or the member, I forget, if all sets of which the member has been a member, it's no longer a member, then and only then does the member need to be removed. So you have a lot of many-to-many relationships. And I screwed up the caching in the Dash wallet library. Of course, I screwed up the caching in large part because I screwed up the indexing because I was basing off of HD path and not the wallet ID plus the HD path. So that's one of the things that has to be redone, both for this and for the web wallet. Okay, so we got adder info. Outer infos. So, yeah, that could be moved to its own function, because there we're just testing the webhook. Okay, were these outer infos actually used? Oh, right. We want to do that before we test that, because we want to make sure that an error gets thrown if they're wrong. Okay. Or let, oops, outer info of outer infos. I think I decided that pub key hash was supposed to be lowercase. Because pub key... Pub key hash? I don't know. Okay. That's the hook. So this should happen here. Okay. Okay, there we go. So now we have all that webhook information set. And let's see here. Okay. All right, so we've got the output. We've got the pub key hash. Okay, let me see. What does this one look like? Send. Pay adder. Event. H. Pub key hash. Event txid. Okay. So basically I want to match any hooks and then send each hook with that transaction information. I think that's what I actually want to do. So I think what I want to do instead is let's go back to the hooks DB, and then I have the db.get by pub key hashes, which I don't know if I even used the other. There was another db.get, I think. So if hook. Well, I guess if not hook. So what am I doing? Stale age, default stale age. Okay, so I got 15 minutes. What am I using stale age for? Oh, clean up. Right. Ah, so the exact problem that I was just mentioning would be here. So at some point, I want to clean up old things out of the database. Now in this one, I think that it is not possible. Let's see. Registered address. Ah, so now I need to go back. Okay. I might need to move this back. Okay. Okay, registered events. Books. Right. Alright, so then when we want to do the get, um, registered hooks. Um, Hooks map, ULID, hook, ULIDs, registered addresses. And then we can do the same thing again. Ugh. Okay, so we did pub key hash. And really, this shouldn't be registered addresses. It should be registered PKHs. So I'm going to change that in just a second. But here, we're going to do PKHs. We're going to replace that with ULIDs. And we're going to replace addresses with hooks. Registered addresses. Registered PKHs. Because back then when I was starting on this, I actually didn't understand the difference between a pub key hash and an address. So I called these by the wrong name. Back in the olden days, I used to believe in 4 each. Now I don't. I've been converted back to 4. After many, many years of being an advocate of 4 each, I realized the error of my ways. Well, we also didn't have 4 of back then either. Okay. I wonder, I think the hook actually should have the list of addresses as well. I think it should. And I will get to why momentarily. Hooks register, blah, 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 blah. Get by pub key hash or get by pub key hashes? Hashes. Actually, I'm a little confused by this one. Hold on. Let me think about this for a second. Okay, I think I remember. Oh. Okay, so in a given transaction, there could be multiple addresses that are being listened for. But they could also be from the same hook, which is the most likely case. And so we need to account for that. Let me go back into, is it webhooks or is it serve? I think it's going to be in server. So we actually need to gather up these. I'm going to go back one more. Hold on. Is it in webhooks? So hook. Okay, DB set hook. Okay, so I'm gonna put this something. Right, so as we're going over the outputs, an output may have a public key hash. That's primarily what we're trying to get out of this. We don't have need for any of this anymore. Okay. So then we need to run. Gonna get all the hooks. And I think with the hooks, what we want to send is the full transaction. So these, yeah, we should have 4 up hook of hooks. We should send hook and a TX info. Okay, what's wrong here? Okay, DB. is up a level. Alright, so we're going to change this then. We are going to do... TX info to PKHs. And then I'm going to take this part, I'm going to move that inside the hook. Okay. Oh, whoops. I see what's going on there, too. And I don't think... well, one, we don't even have a get here. So this is all bunk. Okay, so what I need to do from here, this actually needs to go on the inside as well. Okay, so all of this is going to move on the inside. Okay, where was the event at? Type name. Okay. Okay, let's get rid of all that. Alright, so this is where we're going to calculate the transaction amount as a whole. Which I think that Kraken now does this, by the way, because of that report that I submitted. Because last time I sent a transaction that had the same problem as the previous one, it seemed like it was... well, it didn't have the hold on it that it had before, so that it was not considered a duplicate because it was in the same transaction. It still was not summed correctly. I wish that they would have summed it correctly, but whatever. It's not utterly broken, they just represented it in a less ideal way. Whereas before, it was broken. Alright, so for pkh hashes. Okay, pub key hashes. What we actually need here is a UTXO. Or a coin. We also need some sort of idempotency ID. Potency. Nonce. I think that would be the correct term to use. And there's no real use in even putting in... Well, putting instance in true makes sense from the perspective that... Let's see. Raw TX lock. TX lock. So for each of these, for each of the hooks, so let's see. Okay. I kind of think that transaction should just be the whole transaction. Might want to trim that down in some fashion. Maybe use a replacer that trims off certain values. Okay, then how is this going to throw? What happens if this throws? Oh wait, hooks.send. That is a TX listener. Okay, so we actually need to handle that somewhere else. So anywhere that this could fail... Oh wait, we're already catching it. Good. Okay, never mind. We're already catching it where it fails. Alright, so we got the TX info. We don't need to do that. We don't need to do that. Actually, I still kind of want to do that for the time being. Okay, I don't think that we need to do this here. We can go ahead and get rid of that. There's no need to do that there. I also don't think in the parser... I don't think we need to do this. We'll just get rid of that. Okay, I may need to go. There's an important phone call that I'm going to at least have to answer. So, give me 1 second here.